Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some Insignia dev, and I'm happy about it. I've been making a little bit of progress on the archaeology game over the last couple of days. Did some editing of the YouTube video that we filmed on Tuesday, and started to work on some of this Insignia stuff. I'm sort of like, I've got motivation today, and I just want to get through it. I don't want to talk too much if I can help it. So other updates, I think I'm getting sick. My wife's been sick this week, so I think I might be catching it. And I didn't sleep amazingly last night, but I feel awake right now. So I wonder if this invisible can of drink is helping. Okay. So big welcome to everybody who's here in chat right now. Welcome Virtue versus Vice. And welcome to whoever happens to be watching on YouTube. You're very, very, very welcome. All right. Shall we just get straight into it? I don't even want to muck around. I'm just going to jump. Let's do it. So, not even a recap, not even an update, just going to go into it. What I'm working on right now is I have started to piece together how I'm going to do the, like, what do I call these things? Oh, hang on. Oh no, that works. Cool. I've pieced together how I'm going to be doing the player upgrades through chapter 1. I've decided, hey Soban, welcome. I've decided that I'm just not going to worry about the potential costs of doing this way. I'm just going to do it this way. It's a bit scary because I've sort of implemented systems on the way, like this particular fork that we're in right now. Well, that's interesting. I've never seen that grid. View grid? No. So like we're on at the moment a bit of a path where this is kind of where we were a few months ago, or like a month ago now. And I've sort of tried something which required a bit of breaking some stuff. And I have to build some stuff along the way there to try out a different way of doing things. I guess it's not even like that. It's more like that, so that I can come back here. Well, at least to be equivalent to this point. And some of those things involve unpicking other things. Now, I can always revert the project back, but I might lose some of these features, or at least some of these features don't make sense in the other version. So it's a little bit unfortunate that it's like that. But that's kind of just the way that it is. Today, specifically, I am going to add a feature right now to the game. And that feature is the ability to prompt the player by putting something on the map. I think I'm going to do that. Particularly like main quest line stuff. I'm going to have the main quest line ping the map. Okay. So let's just go do it. I like to build stuff and you like to watch. So let's build stuff. Okay. So what I was doing last night was this scene here. If I save it, this has the old man in it, and it's got an anvil. This anvil will have now, it should have a anvil has a, okay, I guess it doesn't. Let's go back to scene graph and check on this, because this anvil is like a different kind of anvil. This is also an anvil, but this is one with a little forge menu on it. Okay, Well, they're the same thing. So I either have to copy paste or figure something out here. And this is oh, it's an interactable. Okay. A different object. I just happened to call it anvil. I'll call it anvil interest. So I don't confuse myself with the naming convention. We need a link data. Actually, yeah, all right, let's just do it. We've got a scene link here. Save that. And then here you can see a little diamond appears, and that lets us drag this to the place where we want to first unlock this. Cool. So now I can plot out where you unlock the different abilities. So you unlock the first one at this anvil here. You unlock the second one at this anvil here. And the way that I'm doing it is I've got these platforms. It's kind of invisible at the moment, but the platform has a link data. So I've got the ability to create essentially teleporters using scene graph, where I can link up two scenes together and say, okay, as long as I place one of these teleporters wherever I want, that can be used as a destination. So the idea is that the anvils teleport you to specific places. I don't know yet if there will be exactly the same amount of teleporters as abilities in the game, but right now that's kind of where we're headed. So this is actually really similar to Twilight Princess. When you meet the wolf who becomes the ghost, the old hero of time, skeleton who teaches you special abilities, he kind of just like interrupts where you are, takes you to like another realm for a bit, and then you come back. That's what this is. So it's interesting. All right. So what's going to happen is the player goes through here the first time. They meet Harriet. They get told a bunch of stuff. They come through here. They strike the first anvil and get the first ability. And then the other two abilities in the map, the other two abilities in the chapter get spread out across the map. And one will be over here and one will be in an area that they might not have been to yet. And then it'll be like free reign for the player. They can just go wherever they want. So that's going to be the cue then. I want something on screen to go, whoop, bring up the map, beep, 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 and show the two different places you can go, and then just let you go free. I feel like that's a really good, important thing that I've been missing in the game for a long time, is like a marker, a moment that says, now you're free to go and run around. You don't have an explicit goal. Or at least just like some way of pointing to where the main quest is relative to where you are. I feel like that's really important too. So the map's really good for context of where you are in the world, but also having a marker for where the main quest line leads you, I think is also really important for a game like this because, I mean, even Breath of the Wild does it and that game's fully open world. So having some kind of reinforcement of where the game expects you to go is critical. Now, I need, in order to do that, we've got world graph here. And world graph, when it populates, it probably needs to... Well, this actually comes back to the quest system. So let's put a few things down on the to-do list for today. And we'll see if we can get through all of them. So let's go actually over to map, fast travel, and map features. This is the same thing now. Is it? It's sort of not, but it's becoming that. Anyway, let's go to map features. Here. Make fast travel use map system. I think that's actually done right now. Technically, but we'll make sure it's right for today. Way to assign icons to game object. Way to demarcate signposts for fast travel. Demarcate signposts for fast travel. I think we don't do that right now. Populate map with key items, chests, player placed icons, stamps. Populate map with quest information. So that's now become pretty important. And that's a today. Way to assign icons to game objects. That's no longer super important. That's now low. NPCs to mark the map. That's kind of what we're talking about today. It's actually the same, well, sort of the same thing. All right. So level titles for key scenes regions. That's interesting. All right. Populate the map with quest information. Let's have a look. That's basically the first thing. So in order to do this, we're just going to take this, go over here. Okay, what does this need to do? This needs to have the main quest, or any quest really, ping the next destination on the map. So that means that I need to assign destinations to flags. Can we use the causality system for this? Ultimately should be serialized. Oh. I think it might be serialized already. Okay. So we need to know where a flag is set. Okay. We also want to be able to assign arbitrary map data to the map. Map icons relating to specific quests. This could be quest givers. Make the N signs quest givers. Unless we just want to have an arbitrary icon. Maybe arbitrary icons as parameters, fallbacks to NPC data of quest giver. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I think just as a really quick aside, I think what I've been missing here, this is like the same thing that happened when I created the map in the first place. It's like, for a long time, I've been really anxious about giving the player the sense of agency that they're allowed to go and explore. The playtests right now, without those features, force the player to constantly be on bated breath about what's happening next and where the next plot beat's going to happen. And they don't incentivize the player to think that, well, I'm just moving through the world and I'm just exploring stuff. So the map, when I first added it, created a curiosity just to explore, right? There's no story goal why you should do it. It's just oh, there's game in front of me, I should go run to it. This is the same thing with quest data. It's the more clarity there is over the space and what features of the game there are, the data that is the game and its content, the more visibility features exist for that, the easier it is for the player to start to prioritize what those things are and plan them out. I think that helps immensely with just the sense of tension. Because you just think, well, I'm going to go do this next, then I'll do that, and then I'll do that. Now I've got a laundry list of things I'm going to do. Whereas without any of that stuff, you just go, well, I'm playing and I hope something interesting happens next. So I think I just failed to realize how important it is to have visibility over exploration features in order to incentivize players to try to explore. Makes sense. I just never thought Insignia would need a map like that. And now that it's getting one, I'm sort of like realizing how valuable it's going to be. So let's just push straight ahead. All right, arbitrary icons as parameters, fallbacks. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, Shuv, welcome. Share a document of the design process. Do you mean like these docs? Like you want me to share this kind of info? I mean, it would be nice if the game was a success. If the game sells really well, I would be really happy to break down all this stuff. If there's so much of it though, like I don't know if people realize like there's like documents on documents on documents on documents for every single feature, like combat system, dialogue system, the cutscenes that bind to the dialogue system, platforming, camera, enemy hitboxes, enemy behaviors, the general state tree, quest system. Like that's like probably half of the stuff in the game. Tile maps, auto mapping, level design, causality, automation, how to do like in-game, in-scene logic, like the what do I call them? I forget what I call them. Conditions. I've got like dozens of things in the game that are even like the camera management system, the camera stack, virtual camera stack system is like a completely unique thing that I built that I could do a video on one day if people were interested. The thing is, I'm very hesitant to evangelize about these things because I don't know that they lead to something that's fun, ultimately. Like this stuff, it's not right for me to be like, you should look at all this stuff that I built for my game. Even like scene graph. I mean, I love scene graph. I think it is a useful thing. But like, until other people validate what I'm doing, either by purchasing the game, enjoying the game and leaving a good review, or downloading the tools as I sell them and then saying that they help them, until that's happening, I don't feel comfortable being like, look at all the stuff that I built. Because it's very possible that all the stuff that I built is overcomplicating it, you know? And there's actually just like way simpler ways of doing things, way more straightforward, or just like more performant workflows, you know? And I'm not going to sit here and claim that the way I do things is right when that's just not guaranteed. That's just not known. It's not true, you know? So that's how I feel about it. But I do have I've got the footage of me building all the stuff, and I've got the design documentation, and I've got the project. So like, yeah, I could make a video about anything if you want. Okay, so here we're going to build this system. We're going to go populating the map with quest data, have the main quest or any quest really ping the next destination on the map. So now this is the first thing. We need to bind quest flags to positions on map, or render quest flag locations to map. That's the first thing we're going to do right now. Let's just see if we can test that. So I'm going to bring up the world graph, and I'm actually just going to have a flag that I'm going to call like flag to render. Maybe before we do that, what did I do here? Nope. Let's just discard, unstage that. And that's nothing. Cool. So flag to render might not be right. Hey, Diamond, welcome. There's a problem here with our logic, with our structure, in that every quest flag has would need to have exactly one setter for this system to just automatically be able to look for it. So like this quest flag, it's checked and set by lots of different things. So how would I place on the map where you have to go to set it? Right? That doesn't make any sense. I would need to either manually assign a destination inside of a quest. Like, okay, it's no dogs allowed. Here are the quest flags. Here's a dictionary of destinations. Or it could be inside of the quest. I have a separate dictionary of flags that appear in the quest by location. Now, and an optional additional override for the icon. That's certainly possible. This is one of those things where if we're going to support this as a feature, meaning like players can at any time know what they're supposed to be doing next, then this feature either needs to be supported by me for every main quest in the game, where I manually assign the locations, or it's something that we derive based on just based on the data that's in the game. Interestingly, for main quests, I actually have only one setter. I could just assume that that's the case as a heuristic. Like, there are 7 flags here. All of these happen to have exactly one green setter, which is, by design, that should be the case. It's not enforced by the game. The game doesn't stop me from doing more than one setter. But logically, if it's a quest, these green things should be cutscenes that the player triggers, or, you know, items given from the player to an NPC that triggers an event or something like that. There should be exactly one condition. Oh, there's lots of things to be drawn. Yeah, like tons. Of course. So, this being the case, I think we should just try to derive it based on the system. If I go through these, like this isn't great. Find the Smith syllabus. There's like 8 different ways to do that. But only one of these is actually going to be a level in the game right now. If I go over here, this is the only one, which is Athenian Puzzle Room 3, which is this one. Yeah, the art for the game is like the most expensive remaining item. And it's the thing I've probably put more time in than anything else. It's just a very art expensive game. Because of the custom pixel art animations that make up everything. Yeah, I think we can just roll with it. I think we just do it. All right, so I have a quest flag, public quest flag to render. And then when we open it, refresh nodes, refresh prompts, force target. I will publish to consoles like the Switch, that's right. Let's go draw flags. And it would probably be better to have a service for this in a separate script, but I'm just going to write it here for now. So the logic here is something like find the node that contains this scene that the flag iterate over the setter instances for the flag. For each setter, see if the scene exists in the nodes among the nodes. If it does, draw the icon at the node's meta position on the flags on the node. Okay. Oh, thank you. So if flag to render is null return, okay. For each meta ref r in, so game system dot library slib dot meta ref dictionary. This gets referenced by scene instance collection, flag scene references. So we need to find the scene instance collection. Is there a static .get .flag scene references by value flag to render? By value is a scriptable object of the flag to render. This is a meta-ref dictionary. Let's just take our time here. Okay, so the node is nodes.find. Now, what are the nodes? Nodes are a list of map nodes. Okay. Okay, that's right. Flag icon. Okay, we need like an icon prefab. Okay, so let's go make one. So here in world graph, we have this almond icon. I'm just going to copy paste it and call it flag icon. And let's just use the quest flag icon like that. I'm pretty sure that's not too high res anyway. For now, it's 128 by 128, which is pretty big. Do I have anything smaller? It would be this exclamation mark. Okay. So then here, we just need a reference to an object. Public game object icon, flag icon prefab. That's right. And then here, instantiate that prefab at the not at the node.transformed opposition. We want to say vector to meta ref pos equals. Now, back at this meta reference, meta references have a path, and the path, it's just the path of the game object. We need more than that. We need the actual position in space. It's not good enough. For now, let's just put the position like what it's suggesting. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just do that. Let's change the chapter title to Map System Improvements. Okay. So let's make this flag to the Athenium. No, it would be meet Harriet. Or like even to be meet Hugh. Let's do that one. Okay. So the idea here is that's it. Actually, I needed to put the icon in. The map flag icon. Did I get that right? There it is. So yeah, I did. All right. So M for map. Can't see anything. What did we get? That's fine. That's fine. This is not fine. Is this scene add or fix current scene? Save it. Save it. Okay. I press M. Nope. Okay. No node found. N meta GUID equals R path meta GUID. So what's R in this? This is meta ref. For each meta ref in instance collection.get for the flag that we're checking. And the map node is nodes.find node.meta.scene.GUID, referencing that. Okay, let's check this. Debug.log node dot meta ref. Okay, give honey jar recipe lumberjack. So there are 3 meta refs that are attached to this this thing here. In fact, there's a few of them, and none of them seem to be present here. So let's go see where that's going wrong. If we go back to world graph and we go grab this meet Hugh flag, we should see Orinstead Foothills lumberjack wrapper. But that's not where we are? That's where we are. So we should be seeing a few references here. Scene instance collection dot get flag scene references get by value flag to render. I mean, this scene is one, but maybe we're only checking the checkers. Oh wait, there it is. Is that right? Let's see if we found it. Oh, because we hadn't actually visited that scene yet. So it wasn't going to render the node where the exclamation mark would appear. It was just not going to do it at all. So if I leave here, yes, that's the location. That's correct. It knows correctly that that flag is here attached to this node. And I can zoom in and that should be fine. I shouldn't have it be zooming in like that, but that's okay. So it's attaching to the node dot transform. We don't actually want it to do that. What we want it to do is just be part of the transform for the icon container, which I haven't set yet. I'm sure I have. Default container, no. Armin transform position. I guess we could just put it in the same place where the prefab is. So like icon prefab dot parent dot transform dot parent. Okay, let's try that. Hey, Legendary Skate, how's it going? I think this should work. I hope that it works. If it doesn't, we'll find out why. But okay. Well, certainly not doing what we wanted it to do. So if we look at the world graph, Armin flag, that's the flag there. That's not it, actually. It's these. There's 3 of them, which is no good. And right now, they're not really assigned correctly. So where is this Armin one? That should be in a separate... Armin icon is here. Oh, I see. It must be re-scaling that icon specifically. Armin icon dot transform dot local scale when we set the zoom. So now we need some sort of collection on specifically anything that's an icon. I guess anytime we instantiate, like here. Like that. Fog of Quest. Hey, Legendary Skate. Welcome. Why is Almond's icon? Well, it's at the correct size. If I go back to here, it's at 1:1, and this flag icon is also at 1:1, but this might not be the right one. Let's go back to these. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. These are at 10x. So why is that at 10? If I make it 1, make all of them 1, they're actually fine. And then if I zoom, now they're correct. So that took a long time. Sorry, I'm focusing on my work, you know? Oh, hang on a second. Why is this setting it to icon zoom scale? That is correct that we would want to do that. Why is it wrong? Maybe we just don't set that and see what happens. Perfect. What genre is my game? I would say action adventure. Okay, so now we need to do some object pooling here. I made a really cool object pooling system for the archaeology game that I'm very happy about. I do have an object pooling system for this, but I don't know how robust it is. Let's check it out. Hey, Rufy. So world graph. Let's get this up to, I mean, like 30 seems like a lot. And then let's just take a look at C and see how this is set up. Actually, that's pretty lightweight. Despawn. So you need to know the transform. Yep, that's okay. I have a better way of declaring this. I'd like to call it, I think what I called it was like draw and discard is how I was calling them in the architecture one. Almost like cards, like discarding an object feels like the thing that we're actually doing. But despawn's okay as well. Let's just leave it at that. So the object pool needs to, if I say spawn object, let's just have a look at this. So we just get given an object no matter what. It doesn't matter what it is. It might get recycled from the pool, it might not, and that's not our responsibility. So that's good, which means I just need to know whether or not it should have some sort of a Boolean to let me know that it got recycled. So here, when I get a spawn object, there's no sort of like output Boolean that tells me, hey, this was a new object we just gave you. versus, hey, this object already exists. It's not super critical. It's just the alternative would be I'd have to wipe the list every single time. Because how do I know to add an icon to the list unless I have to search the list, which is a little expensive, but probably not prohibitively. We're going to be doing like 100 iterations tops. All right. And it's not per frame anyway. It's just per instance of opening the map. In that case, we didn't get the position. Node.transform.position for now. Okay. So draw flags. I guess at the top we just say or at the end, just icon pool.clear. In fact, we could do it both ways. Like that. Okay. That's going to work. The whole point here is that I don't want to be instantiating from scratch a bunch of objects every time. And right now, when I open up the map, it creates a new game object every single time. That's bad, because if you open it and close it, you get 50 different icons in the exact same spot every single time. So we're missing the pool. Now we have it. And that should be fine. Nope. Object pool.clear didn't work. Active objects. I think we can do this, no problem. And I don't think this setup is necessary. I think we just can simplify that. Is this my first game? No. No, definitely not. It's the first, well, it's not even the first game that I'll be releasing because I've already released a game. The only problem is that there might be some race conditions here that hopefully I don't have to worry about. We'll see. That could cause some problems. Okay, we get something, but I'm not seeing the icon. Oh, there's one. But that's not the right place where the icon should be showing up. Where is it? Why? What? Okay, so some problems here. Thankfully, we should only see one of them, which is great. This one's position is just not being set anywhere. And this is just being at 0, 0 no matter what. But I might have actually dynamically renamed it. Or it just got instantiated in the middle of nowhere. Ah, there we go. Just, okay. So now we need to set the transform parent. Does this have an option for that? No. Okay. Flag icon dot transform dot set parent node dot transform. No, it's actually going to be the pool dot transform. Ugh. Yeah, I've done a bunch of Game Jam games in the past, like 15 of them at this point. There we go, beautiful. And it zooms, sort of, except Armin's not supposed to zoom like that. How come it's doing it and he's not? Oh, because I'm clearing it every time. Oh, that's bad. I am Maxifier. I'm still working on this game. Huh. Icons.add Armin icon.transform. For now, we'll just hack that in that way. Yep. I care more about this game being good than released, but it's not far now. So we can now zoom. Yeah, buddy. That's good. Come over here. Good stuff. And we should only see a few of these, and they should all be in the right spot. So there's 3 of them, and I don't know why there's 3. We're going to find out in a second. I think it's because we've got checks and sets all kept being counted as these. So I need to know if these are checkers or setters. So it's and meta ref dot set check, which is a Boolean. So true, false, set, check. So that's it, really. I just have to do that. When you say, I mean, there's a lot of scope for that to be, what's the word? Good indie game doesn't mean big indie game. There are lots of good indie games that are very small. And mine happens to be very, very, very big. So for me, there you go, only one. For me, it makes sense for me to be spending this much time on this one game, blah, 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 because that's just what I'm doing. You know, that's just where I'm at. But ultimately, people can spend as much time or as little time as they want on their indie games. I don't think there's like a right or wrong way to do it. But it does take a long time to make a big game like this, if that's what you're talking about. That's looking amazing. I can't believe that's working. Okay. So the next thing I would love to do is, here's the question. Do you think, I do this semi full-time. So about 6 to 8 months of the year, this is my full-time thing. And then, I mean, it's kind of been like this. Time I spend per year over the years. Eight, 9, 10. There's a few more years than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the first year I spent like all my time on it because I had some savings. The next year I spent like half my time, or like less, like I was doing some contract work. And then every year after that, I spend more time per year working on it. So it's sort of like this hobby. I just started going full time, and then I had to stop and do contract work. But over time, every year I get to spend more. So this year it's kind of like, well, probably less than last year actually, just because I'm trying to find a team now to work on the game. So this is more like 65% of my year is Insignia. And then another like 20% is like promo / events, maybe less than 20, maybe that's like 15. And then another like whatever's left, 70, 80, 20% is contract work. So last year, this was like funding was like another, maybe it was like 20% trying to get the grants. It was like the first 2 months of the year. And then 80% was game. So it varies, but I am able to spend more time on it as I go. It's just that I'm sort of not just making a game. I'm like building a business around a game. And I'm not just the developer, I'm also the director of the business. And I'm the streamer and the content creator. So it's like, if I was just sitting down and I had the time and resources to just spend 100% of my time every day working on the game, from today, if I started, it might take me 5 years total, 3 to 5. If I was like, I know what I'm making, I have the skills, I don't need extra resources, I'd probably downscope it. Like solo, you probably shouldn't spend more than 5 years on a project. Full stop. Probably no more than 4, really. But I've made the mistake of setting a project that requires like 10 people, and I spent the first 6 of it myself, part-time or semi-part-time. So it's sort of like, it's become very complicated for me, but that's not necessarily the way that it has to be. All right, so the position, right now it's the node transform position, but actually if we can is there like a node? What is node here? Node is a map node. Map node should have a center. Because when we get Armin's position, is that world to node or something like that? Let's go world graph, Armin. So set player icon position. This is where things get a bit funky. We want to be able to set any icon position, and we just pass the player in as a transform. So let's do that. This is like set icon position. No, that's not going to be possible here. This is specifically for the world to map node position, which is fine. It's quite complicated. If we're going icon, we actually want to set this based on the node's bounds, really, in local space. The map node is a mono behavior. It has a position. How do we set its size? Local scale equals, it's the width and height of the screenshot. So if we get the width and height of the screenshot, the renderer gets rearranged so that it's seated at the top. What is that? I think it pushes it so that the node is top left relative to the renderer, the anchor. But what we want is, let's have a look actually. Let's just like run it. I'm thinking this is a design, it's partly an implementation, partly a design question of where should this sit on this? I think that like having it be, I can make it as specific as we like. I can put that exclamation mark exactly on this character if we want. But for now, I don't have that position. I can get it. So in the meantime, or in general, what should we have? Should we have this exclamation mark just be on the node? Like, go to this scene and figure it out. I think there's a bit of mystery there that we probably want to keep, if I'm being honest. It feels, I don't know what the word is. Oh, did I actually? Wow, first try. It feels pretty reasonable that we'd want to keep some mystery there. Also, let's have the name. It's not the GUID that I want. It's the name of the scene. Reference path, maybe? I think reference path is the scene path. I think that's all we need. What if you add a portrait of the NPC? Yeah, that's possible. I'm just testing out a system. I just built this system. So having the specific icons appear is a different question. Okay, there we go. That's better. So Foothills 2, Underground 1. It's this one, Foothills 2. So let's see what the transform position is. Oh, wait a second. Oh no, that's the global. We need the local pivot or the global. Yeah, global end pivot. So that's the pivot. The quad, however, is positioned where we want it to be. So we just need to put it on the quad's position, and the quad is the renderer. So that actually makes it really easy for us. Rather than the map node dot transform position, we say map node dot renderer dot transform position. Done. Are we not hot reloading right now? Oh, geez. Wasting my time. So yeah. Clear that, press that, press that. There you go. Sick. All right. And then we can zoom in and out. Doesn't change because it's just an icon. We can go over here to a different level, and then it's still just like that. So we know where we have to go now if we care about the main quest line. Cool. And we can do this for as many flags as we want. I've just currently got it set to 1 that I'm calling it flag to render. Yeah, what it is that I'm trying to do this thing where it's, I'll tell you a specific thing that I'm trying to do. It's this. In Pokemon Gold and Silver, there are these 3 legendary beasts that you can track down. And there's a part of the game, I'm almost certain this is the case. If it's not, I'm crazy. But you can track down the beasts. You can like get a view of the map where it renders where they are generally in the world. Sort of like that. And the value of this is that what's going to happen is I want, when the player unlocks the first ensign ability, the next thing I want to do is open up the map and show them where the other 2 are. That's my goal. So it's like You get the first ensign, you leave the crucible, map comes up, it goes beep, 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 and shows you 2 flashing places that you can go next. They do it all the time in, it's actually something really common in Breath of the Wild long play. When you get the first shrines, actually, it does it like literally, I think it's, or maybe it's when you first get the main quest. So the Kakariko village quest. So you meet the old man. Oh no, it's King Roam. Spoilers. I totally called that too. He sends you on your way. You power glide down. Let's hurry up. It's a long quest. Long cutscene. Unless they changed it so there's 5 seconds instead of 10 seconds. Did they just do that on YouTube? All right, thanks, King Rome. Yeah, so this thing here where it's like, you go to the tower and that creates the big thing, right? Did I miss it? It's this, right? Yeah, I think it's right here. It does it. Open up the Sheikah Slate. This. It's like region unlocked. Go here. I'm pretty sure it happens when you get this quest. I don't know if you get this quest before this point. It must be before this point. King Rome might give it to you at the end of the cutscene. It's got to be right here. Yeah, here it is. I think that's it. Oh, okay. I guess not. Well, Genshin Impact is a rip-off of this, so it wouldn't surprise me if Genshin Impact does the exact same thing. Rome Bosphoramus Hyrule. Link, you must save her, my daughter. What a name, right? King Bosphoramus Nostradamus Rhinoceros Hyrule. Okay. So we now have that system in the game. It's there. We just need a feature that will allow us to, I guess, arbitrarily store these things, or what's the word? Like there's going to be an event, right? Where the game says, okay, now is the time to show you this icon. And once that happens, you should basically just be able to, how do I put this? It should stay there in your save file until you've satisfied the condition for the thing. So this feels like it's a custom data structure that lives on the save file called quest markers or something like that. Points of interest or something. And they are attached to flags. And once you get the flag, they satisfy and they remove themselves from the list. That feels like what that's supposed to be. But at the same time, these feel like they could just be quest markers. And I could just tag quests as main quests. And any main quest just gets a marker. As long as you've got a main quest on in your thing. So instead of flag to render, we have a list of quest called main quests. equals quest log where do I have a thing called main? Do I even have this as a feature? Main quest. Yes, I do. That's quest status. Wait. String is, oh, this is the list of quest manager dot quests log. Wow, this sucks. Hang on, does quest manager not have a list of all of the quests? No, because they live on save data, not on quest manager. So it's quest log, and quest log, the actual log is it's the like check quest. Oh God, quest manager. If I check the quest flag, I actually have to say contains key based on the GUID. Okay, so I literally do have to do that every time. All right, where? Yo, clinkers. Okay, let's do it. Kobe Bell. Ho, 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 ho. You nailed it. Kobe'd. I don't think I have one for you. It's your first one? No, it's not. All right, you got 2 now. 2 for 2. Good stuff. The odds are in your favor. All right. So, damn it. This is going to be really annoying. So the actual thing that I'm doing here, is there a reward? Yeah, you get to name an Easter egg that I put in the game for you. They'll mostly get done in the last, I'm imagining they all get done in the last year of development. I don't really get around to doing them very often, but I will, I promise. Once we start putting the content in for chapters 2, 3, 4, and 5, I think I'll just pull from the clinkers list. It's not like something I'll do at the end. It's something that I'll refer to as a source of content, basically. It's just that right now I'm not doing a lot of that stuff. Nugget Hoarder, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so what we need is get active main quests. Okay. Now, can we just please? Oh, we've got generic. Okay. The 8 pirate was great. It's good memory. So we need to go for each, or it's like all quests. All quests is part of gamesystem.data.library. System.library.all quests. Where? What is Q is main quest and game system dot data dot quest log dot keys dot contains, or just contains key, q dot id. I don't know what get instance ID is. That doesn't make any sense. What is that? Object? No. What is set ID? Excuse me? GUID. Okay. Sure. Okay. So it's actually just this. Return all quests where my quest log is this. And actually, yeah, and started. But not that. Active main quests, because there's a completed, yeah, there is. So it's all of the quests that are main quests that from the total list that are in our active list where they are started. That's correct. So get active main quests. So we need to do this for each of these. We actually need the get next flag. Oh gosh, this sucks. Oh my gosh. So we start with all of them. Is there no better way to do this? I have a bunch of quest flags. I have a bunch of quests. The quests that I have stored are simply the GUIDs of those quests. So first I have to track them down from the library by GUID to get the quest ID, to get the quest object. Then I have to iterate through that quest object for the current next flag that we don't have. So let's see if we can do this a bit more better. The quest manager, this get active main quests will live on the quest manager. And then we need another function that's more specific than this called public static list of quest flags. Well, no, we need a public static quest flag called get next flag, given some quest. So for each of them, next flag is 0. For each of them, if we don't have it, then that's it. Otherwise, return whatever. That should be fine. I think it should be iterate backwards. Yeah. I think we should return the last one. Yeah. Okay. So for each of these, this is quest manager dot for each quest queue in main quests. Yes. And then wrap that. And then this is this, and that's that. Boom. Okay. Holy query. Okay. So I think it would be really cool. It could be cool to show the scene where the next quest flag is, even if you haven't been to that scene. So just to show like a gray box somewhere in the future. Maybe, that might be too much. But how else do I? It depends. Depends how far away it is. If it's in this chapter, it should be okay. Let's try this. Is this gonna break? Nope. All good. So this gives us the main quest. No, it doesn't. We already have it, probably. So let's start with none. No progress. Actually, no. It's no progress, which is different from literally nothing. But this needs to be day 2. Chapter 1, day 2, and then not say goodbye. That's the one that we need. Okay, so we're going to get the quest now. And then it would be over here somewhere. If I teleport us. To the Athenium. There it is. It's so far away. I don't know how to get back home. Sure. So it actually does work perfectly. I think that might be valuable to do that. I think that could be cool. And if we are going to do that, we should save on the icon, not just the transform. We should save the icon and the node that it relates to in a separate little container object. So it's like a dictionary of icons, a dictionary of nodes with a list of icons in each. No. A dictionary of key value pairs, node icon. What is this? Well, why does it need to be a dictionary? It could just be a list, but a list of key value pairs. No, I want to be able to, what do I want to be able to do? From the node, when I'm rendering it and deciding whether or not it should be visible, I need to determine whether or not there is an icon being rendered on it. Oh, we could literally give the nodes the icons, but then we'd have to iterate over them to clear them. So a better way would be to have a separate collection of nodes and icons as key value pairs. We're going to have to search them anyway. A list of key value pairs, icon, node. I guess so. Could even be a tuple. Just like that. But I need to be able to check by map node. So it's map nodes transforms. Ugh. And then here, oh, cool. You can label the tuple parameters like that. I didn't know you could do that. So this is fine. And then this will be node. Yeah, that's right. So then draw flags needs to necessarily happen now, specifically before we refresh the nodes. So instead it's, oh, hang on. No, we need to specifically now check the node. Oh, in that case, we don't need to do it. Oh. In that case, there just be icons again. Because now it's more like just when I add it, I just check. If the node is invisible, enable it. Now I don't need to track anything. I just enable the node. Set visibility. Why is that? adjacent. Okay. So nothing there. Talk to Rose. She gives us the quest. Ba-ba-da-ba. We go boom, boom, boom. Oh, it's not quite. Well, it should be set to true. I should just if it's anything but visited, set it to adjacent. But now it's just not there. So let's go have a look at world graph. Armin's house. We should see the Athenium neighborhood. That's fine. No, it's not enabled. Why? If I just do that, now it's there. But why isn't that happening? Debris. Okay. Setting to adjacent. It just got set just then. Setting visibility to hidden. Let's not collapse that. Hang on a second. It is setting visibility to adjacent, but maybe there's something else that's also setting it to invisible later. If we go back to draw flags, force canvas to target position, canvas set active, fast travel open, toggle this frame. Okay, I mean, that seems reasonable to me that we could set it after the case. When we refresh nodes, this is where this refresh is what enables them or disables them. Set state, set visibility, set port visibility. So the question is, why is it not enough to put this here? I actually don't know. We could just force it. I mean, we know the line's being called, but maybe if we just say visible, see if that does anything. Visited. Unless like it's getting flickered, like it's being turned off on off, which means it gets like recalculated after the case. Oh no, there it is. Okay, so what's wrong with why is visited and adjacent? Oh, viz property. Oh, but that's just how the thing gets, whether the preview gets rendered or not. But it should be active in the hierarchy the same way. So was it to do with the code just not not calculating, not compiling? The logic is exactly the same. It's really not a difference. It's just which kind of visible it is, but it shouldn't matter. Okay, well, we try again. What? No, work. All right, hang on. We can do this without this. If I force it, we've got hot reload, so we should just be able to go boom. What the heck? It's this equality check? Or is it technically visited? Okay, how about now? Sure. Well, if it is adjacent, then it's adjacent. And if it's current, yeah. So as long as it's at least, if it's hidden, set it to adjacent. That's all. So it would be nice to zoom out far enough to see them all at once, to see them both at once. I can't zoom to arbitrary positions. So now we're limited by the fact that the game can only zoom out so far. We could do a little sweep from A to B. Go whoosh, quicker than this. Bing, 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 bing. That's about it. What? No, I love doing this. This has been so fun so far. Like, this is like my favorite thing this week. I very rarely get to do like build stuff from scratch. Whoa, hang on a second. Ah, that's annoying. When we set the zoom, we also have to refresh the nodes. So now we have to also draw the flags. That sucks. Yeah, I mean, this is my hobby. Like, I enjoy doing this. Cool. It's like a puzzle. Sick. So now I could draw we could draw every NPC if we wanted. Yeah, we could do the edge of screen arrow thing, but that's not my priority right now. That's more of like a minor UX quality of life thing. What I care about now is showing the correct icon. So like the idea would be Hugh. We need to take his face basically and put him at the thing. So the question is, do I want to show all the NPCs that you've met who you currently have an open quest on? Or is that something that you filter later? I guess there could be a quest view. If you open the map through quests, or if you open the map and there's a quest view on the map, you could go down the list of quests and see the NPCs or something like that. Because I never had a map, the quest view right now is pretty crummy. Like it doesn't really do much, but it could be really cool. Like having this quest right now is just like, this is all you get. You get a description. There's a quest details thing. So there's a journal Armin can do. But ultimately, like this home, we actually have that now. I can actually like show that on a map. So being able to like see this Rose and home is like a poor man's version of me literally being able to show Rose's face on the home box. Just saying. I just realized when I zoom in here, these get thicker. If I zoom out, they get thinner. The map is actually contingent on the game's zoom level. That's annoying. Let me put that down as a bug. Okay, so, I mean, like, technically we actually did that. Hooray. Huzzah. Did we do everything here? Have the main quest ping the next destination on the map. That's done, which means that's done. Assign destinations to flags. Done. Want to be able to assign arbitrary data to the map. Okay, that's the next thing. We haven't done that. But do we want to do that? Or maybe we just make them be 2 quests that you get. Hey, Warner. How's it going? Okay, well, I definitely want to be able to show the quest giver, or this is the tough part. Okay, so like right now, this quest comes from Rose, right? That's the quest giver. She shows up in the map, in the quest UI, but the icon would be for Harriet. Because you have to go to the Athenaeum and Harriet is in the Athenaeum. If I wanted to show an icon for an NPC. Now, if the quest giver is not the quest return point, maybe I could just have a question mark or something. I don't know how many main quests I have, so the responsibility of me to do this is a little bit, feels a little bit meh, because it's like, what am I signing up for when I do that? Like, does every quest need to have 2 icons, one for the quest giver, one for the quest returner? What if a quest doesn't get triggered by a return person? Can I search who, if there's an NPC attached to a quest return point and just put their face there? Like, it's a bit awkward. I think it should be an optional icon on the quest. Maybe even 2 options. Option A, which is a Boolean. It's kind of a bit awkward. It's like return to NPC. And then if this is off, custom icon. So the default is the NPC's face if return to NPC is ticked. So it's like, so in this case, there's 3 versions. 1 is the little exclamation mark. 2 is the person's face. 3 is some custom whatever. So we have fallbacks. If you want a custom icon, you can pick one. Otherwise, if it's returned to NPC, you get that NPC icon. Otherwise, it's just a generic go to here. Okay. Now, on the quest editor, we can do this. We go to quest. Quest has public sprite custom icon. And then public sprite, public bool, use NPC icon. Or use NPC icon. Or nah. Let's just do it like this. Use NPC icon, custom icon, and I'll just priority fallback. No. Priority fallback if true. So on the editor, I'm not using any properties, that sucks. Draw default inspector, that should be enough actually, if it's just drawing the default. Then I can just do this, compile that, and then those 2 fields will show up just normally, which is good. Cool. So be a man. Let's say we want to use NPC icon for this. Okay, so now Hue needs an icon. Well, NPC data needs an icon. So let's go do that. I think he's just called Lumberjack. Nope. Wait a second. I don't have the sprite here? Wow. Oh, that's bad. Assets, sprites, chapter 1, civilians, lumberjack. So then here, I should be able to go here and then paste that there, and then that's my asset. Okay. So these icons are going to be how big? Arm and head icon is 24 by 24. Let's make that standard. Now, do I make a file here called NPC icons? NPC icons and go just drop them in here. Call this one new tag hue Armin, and then I can delete this. Yeah. And just do this for all of them. For now though, that's all I need. So export that. So arm and head icon just goes away. Delete. NPC icons Armin. NPC icons. These two become single, apply, save, go to world map. World graph, sorry. Go to Armin icon, and this is Armin icon. And then go NPC data. Armin gets Armin icon. And then Hue gets Mungus. Cool. Okay. So now when I go to be a man, I can say use NPC icon. And then when we go to world graph and we want to render an icon, instead of flag icon, we can say set the icon sprite. Yep. Oh, geez. Copilot knows what it's doing. If you don't know this much, I haven't even decided yet. You don't know the content of my heart, GPT. If q dot use NPC icon, then that. This is an else. If q dot custom icon is not null. Otherwise, we're fine. Cool. Now, the problem is for this test is that be a man is not a main quest, but now it is. Oh, that's easy enough. Okay, so no, I got caught by the okay, so pick up the quest. Ta-da! Go to the map. There it is. Real. True and real. Look at that. Whoops. Well, this is about to teleport me to a different part of the map. Okay. Anyway. You missed this. I can draw NPC icons on the map if you have a quest open for that NPC. Which is pretty good. Now, right now it's only if it's a main quest, so I don't actually want that to show up there. But maybe we could have like some small icon or something. I'm not sure. Yeah. Mario programming. Wahoo! It's a C#. Mega Mario. Hey. Okay. So this needs to be like over here, I think. Or this needs to be like over here. Cool. Yeah, that's nice. Very good. In fact, if I trigger this, this should appear on the map. Because this is the main quest. So, no dogs allowed. Is it not a main quest? What? What did we get wrong? Unassigned reference exception. Quest icon has not been assigned. Doggo intro trigger. This is on quest. Set quest flag. Wait a second. What is happening here? Quest UI? Wait, quest icon? I didn't. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did I what? Did I declare this twice? Quest UI has a thing called quest icon. What the heck? How does what? Update quest. Update quest. Quest UI. What is quest UI? This is current. What is this? Does this not use the toast system? What is it doing? Innie was coding. That's pretty clever. Check, notify all quest, update quest, quest UI to update quest UI. Boom. Why? What are you doing, buddy? What is the, how did it, current? That's a quest UI. So this is null. But quest UI comes from, I don't even, excuse me. What is this? Reveal yourself. Reveal your secrets. What is quest banner? So this thing has a thing called quest icon. Oh, it's just completely separately from what I was just working on. A separate sprite in a separate component called quest icon also was null. What are the odds? Okay. That's crazy. I guess I'll just also make this go away. Quest update opacity. Finish quest. I don't know about that, man. What is quest icon dot color? Why am I doing that? What is active tooltip in this case? I think these are legacy codes. I think this is stuff that's like from a long time ago. Not a long time ago. Since I updated the quest system, the toast system, to replace the old UI system for the notifications that appear in the top left of the screen when you do something. So when I do this, set player icon position, camera boundary, what the heck? Why you know? Null reference exception. Object not set to instance of object. Camera boundary. Oh, that level doesn't have one. That's why. It doesn't have a camera boundary. Might be. Yep, that's totally fine. Which is why I don't think it's going to be able to show up. It should. Is the no dogs allowed not considered a main quest? Oh, you silly boy. Wow. Look at that. It knows. But I shouldn't have Chase Fuji right now. Where's my save data editor? Game data. Okay. A canine commotion. Oh, it's doing the first one it hasn't found. That's actually totally wrong, and I'm an idiot. It shouldn't iterate backwards. It should iterate forwards. For each of the flags, if this is false, return it, starting from 0. Okay, try again. Bing bong. Yay, there we go. So that is where we need to go next. Correct. Wow, my system's great. It actually works. Chat, it works. That's sick. Dogs love meat. And that's where we have to go next. That's so cool. The system actually works. I didn't have to set that up. The system worked out where you have to go next, based on the position of, like, the existence of a thing that checks the quest flag or sets the quest flag, stored against serialized metadata. So I can now just auto-magically tell you where you need to go in the game, because I'm storing references to all of the things that happen in the game spatially, and then I'm saving those references in a place that you can look up from anywhere. I could get even closer. I could literally put that icon exactly here, which is where you need to go, if I wanted to. For now, we've decided that we don't know that we want to do that. It is a little weird because it's like, it's here. Maybe it should be somewhere that's not center. Maybe it should be like top left, or I don't know. I also think that, like, maybe this is something that would be a bit spoilery. Like, maybe it should be something that you have to press a button to reveal. Like, if I'm not specifically asking where to go next, maybe the game just shouldn't tell me. Sick! Look at that! It knows! Yeah, 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 yeah. This is some, like, production grade tooling now. We're at, like, it's starting to get pretty legit. I mean, it was pretty legit before, but now we definitely need to push that to Git. Ads, main quest markers on map using with custom icon support. That's just great. That's just awesome that we were able to do that. That took us 2 hours, under 2 hours. Pretty good stuff. So, what's next? I don't think... I mean, we could just play the game for a bit and just see what it feels like. It's probably worth just doing. This game's got so many features now. It's crazy. And that one that we just wrote has 0 overhead. Like, we don't need to worry about essentially anything for that system to work, that's the real win. So there's no main quest right now. Thank you so much, Core Man. Sick. It doesn't appear anymore because it's not a forge. I got to take those signposts away. I added to the game a system that lets it point on the map to the next main quest marker. Like, it'll point to the scene where the next quest beat is. So right now, see that? We have to go there to further the main quest. And I can put custom icons there. I can do that for anything. So it's basically, we added an icon system to the game, to the map, and then we auto added the next quest beat to that map icon system. Just skipping ahead here. That wasn't very graceful. It just despawned off camera. Oh yeah, this is good. I broke that. And then the scene faded away. Got to fix all that because I've changed how the layouts of that level are. Okay. So in moments like this, what I don't have, like, there is no main quest beat that tells you to go to bed here. You just have to figure it out. Still nothing here either. The controls scene is up there. I have to have a button that hides things from the map. I like the music here. Let's hear it. So this is the part. Oh, how does it know that's the next beat? Oh, I guess I have that set up as meeting the guards next. Hey, I'll be right back, pals. Getting a phone call. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. That was much longer than I thought it was. I took a break. I didn't realize. I kind of forgot that I left you hanging there. Okay, look at that. It could be a little denser. But it's good. Hey, Musta. How do I do it? I have a Discord bot that scrapes the comments and then sends them to a file. And then I have a web page that makes all the images in the file into a carousel. And then that web page is shown in OBS. Eh? Oh. I mean, you could do whatever you want. So let's look at this quest. Because that should be the main quest. If I go to the map and I zoom out. Oh, I don't have that quest. How did I? Yeah, in principle, you can do what you like, yeah. Why does the main quest tell me that I have to be here? Oh, to the Athenium only has one? No. It is the new map system. So why is this telling us that we need to go here? I don't know. We need some, what's the word? We need a feature where when we assign an item, it gives us a reason why that item is assigned, the icon. So when we go to world graph and then we set draw the flags, right here, we need to say that. Oh, we don't even need to we just press that button. Okay. Drawing flag icon 2, leave Orenstead at node Orenstead Foothills 2 because it is set by to the Athenium. Aha. To the Athenium has a function called leave Orenstead. Leave Orenstead is currently not set by anything except a door. And that door is where? Oh. Is it set when I leave this scene? If so, that's not very good. No. So, pause. What door are we talking about, buddy? That door? I think we got to get rid of that. Let's remove it. And then let's also remove that to the Athenium. In fact, this should be meet Wilhelm. That should be the halfway point. So let's just quickly go put the music back on. We want to have started this quest. So we're going to go chapter 1, day 2, say goodbye, done. So then when we do this, we should be able to see, okay, or don't. It gave us the quest flag, but it didn't, I don't think it gave us the quest. So let's just force it by going back to here. Chapter 1, day 2, talk to Harriet, talk to Rose. The next beat should take us. Okay, we get nothing. Why? Why? Meet Wilhelm is not set by anything? Well, that can't be right. Oh no. And then there's near miss with Wilhelm. That needs to go. That needs to be meet Wilhelm. And then near miss can just get out of here. And then library. Update. Let's hope that doesn't break everything in the game. So, damn it. It should be there now. It just didn't assign, thankfully. Okay, hopefully now. Oh, come on. Meeting. Given quest flag. Meet Wilhelm. Save. Save. Hey, Kelsoladroma. Things are going well. There we go. Okay, so if I leave this scene, good. That should work now. Okay, so I press this and then I go over here and it should be there. Nice. There. Cool. So now I have like a lead on where to go next. So when I go through here, I forgot this existed. I've moved the stuff around quite a bit. Okay. Nice. I wonder if it should be a quest flag that we get. Like right now, it's Meet Wilhelm, which is in this scene, but actually Armin's like goal should be to reach the watchtower. So maybe we just... I don't know what to do about that. I think it's just not super clear that like this up where that is. And that was by design. But now that I'm looking at it in the moment, I don't know how I feel about it. I guess technically if I was to do this, put this directly above, I don't think I would feel quite so bad about it. Oh, I'm stuck. All right. Okay, so now here, that's fine. And then here, it's really this. Yeah, that makes way more sense, just visually looking at it. Now it's like, oh yeah, you have to go up the watchtower to get to that scene. It is the scene graph, exactly. So that's getting better. Now it's kind of clear. That, oh, we need to go there next. The no look. I don't remember that map being so straightforward. No, you just let your creator move you, Armin. Don't worry about it. I will set you free. So now we've got 2 quests that are main quests. Sorry, it is going to be easier. I promise. I promise I'm going to make it more straightforward how to do that. Right now, it's never been good, and I'm sorry. Okay, so drawing flag icon for meet Harriet, and then reach bridge mechanism at node for a bridge too far. Right, because a bridge too far isn't a quest that we have just yet. Well, we won't have that quest yet until after. Cool. Okay, well, that's really working overall. That's great. Okay. So I think, where has Thor been? Eric Cartman, I am not Thor's dad. I am not a Blizzard exec. I couldn't tell you. That ain't me. What am I doing right now? Like, I know it'll work, but like, why am I doing it this way? You could be Jenkins' brother. I don't know who Jenkin is. Jenkin, I don't know. I'm not really in the, oh, it's a South Park, right? I'm not in the South Park, nor am I in the Thor lore. Okay, quest, main quest icon. Engine, world, graph. Focus mode. Pretty good. It's probably, it could be brighter. It could be like, I could just invert that so that it's more like, but that exclamation mark kind of looks like it's something bad's happening. Or am I just being weird? I'm sure that could be fine. Definitely not opaque, not low opacity. I mean, yellow would be my next check, but yellow feels like bad things. It's just that NPCs who have something for you use an exclamation mark in Insignia. So it's the current icon for NPC quest. Question mark means you can talk to them. No, there is no question mark. It's just ellipsis. Ellipsis means continue a quest or continue dialogue. Exclamation mark means main quest, progress ahead. I think it's fine. Could go for like another shade of yellow. That's pretty. Well, flags specifically are not really, they're not really player-facing Insignia concepts. At least not right now, they're not. Alternatively, it's just it can't just be a diamond. They already mean too many things. That's a shame. Yeah, I mean, the alternative is just to do Yeah, at that point I'm just copying from Zelda, which is a bit lame. Doesn't make me happy, but if I have to do it, I have to do it. I don't like the idea of copying, but that's what they do. A little animated circle thing. I know, it just, you know, it just doesn't feel great. I'm going to need to have then this icon on NPCs that have the main quest. I think that's the only option. I think Eyes is right as well. We need like a little icon here. Well, an exclamation mark with no background was fine. It's just not that clear. Unless we do like a stylized one where it's sort of like this. It's the diamond. Bing bong. Bing bong, bing bong, bing. And the diamond has the little above it. Kind of looks like a medal. The problem is, Chainsaw, that there are going to be parts of the game where you specifically are seeing ensigns. So I can't use a symbol that's going to be used. I can't abstractly use a symbol that's going to actually be used later. Like I'm going to draw the actual things that you unlock on the screen. So there has to be a distinct thing for quest and then a distinct thing for ensign unlock. I think this is okay as it is. I think it's fine. I might give it some fun shader dress up just to look prettier. Even that's pretty good. Can you shush? Yeah, I think that's probably right. I'm going to do this as a shader. So let's see what we can get up to, shall we? Shader time. I think I already have something that does this. I think it's the mark pedestal has a shader. I think this does something exactly what I wanted. Let me see if I can just... copy that. Go to... Okay. I wish these could be... I wish time was a thing so you could... Like you can't play back a fake version of time in this. Wait, is offset time? What are we adding to time? Yeah, that's time. Yeah, it's so annoying that you can't... This doesn't like... There's no play button here. Because that would make it so that I could actually preview the thing. No, I mean like visually in the editor, I can't have time. I want time to be moving so that I can actually see the thing that I'm doing. Instead, I'm going to have to like pass in a variable for time called debug time. And then I guess manually go over to debug time and drag it. Maybe if it's playing in the scene, speed factor is 2 by default. That's all right. This makes better sense for me anyway for right now. So what's happening here? We're taking a rectangle and we are taking another rectangle. That's not great. They're both being quantized. So is there a way that I could make this so that rather than, I think there's an offset currently by time, where the offset is like it's 15. If I make this, no, that's a visual offset. Where's time? Where are you, buddy? Time, speed factor, multiply by 2. If I shrink it, can I make it exactly 1 pixel? Just, what is that? 1. Oh, the value is actually 1. So if I make it 2, is it 2 pixels? No. 1.01, 1.02, 1.03, 4, 5. No, it's literally just whatever. So I need to find a relationship between the two where I always get an exact thing of 1. First of all, this offset should just be 0. Well, that's 1 pixel. I mean, if that's all I need, then maybe that's all I could just fake it. It does get thicker as it goes. Because that's proportional to the scale, but I need it to be exactly 1 pixel bigger. That's really tough. I don't know if I can do that. I would need to... Is there an alternative? I could draw 4 1-pixel lines somehow, like 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, and only overlap them where they intersect. Or I could stroke an existing shape. Or I could hand animate it. I could just hand animate it. That would also be fine. If I have it as shader, then I can do it with other things. I can put this effect on other things in the game that are also to do with the main quest. I think I'll just hand do it for now. It's fine. Doesn't really matter. Shaders are great, but this is not important. Okay. New tag. This is called Pulse. Hey, Abir. A little bit faster than that, please. This can go. Great. So now we can start doing the pulsing. Needed to do that a bit slower and a bit later, but faster. Five frames. One. We'll do it over one side first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, because it's hard to do in a shader and it's easier to do it like this. If I could do it easier in a shader, I would. I might want to use the effect elsewhere, you know. There are reasons to do this in a shader for sure. It's just whether those reasons are good enough to actually commit to it. Yeah, the dissolve, the diamond shape. Oh, thank you. My goat. I think this frame could go as well. I think there should be one between these two as well. Oh, thank you, Warner. I appreciate it. Have I played Portal 2? Yeah, I've played it. And did I enjoy it? Yeah, of course I did. I think it's one of the best games ever, I guess. It's up there. For sure. I think I liked it before I added that. There we go. Yeah, Portal 2 is a lovely game. I think, I don't know. I don't know what else there is to say about it. I like the comedy, like the humor is really good in it. It's pretty inventive as a game as well. 23. It's got, like, the puzzles are great. I like the world building, characters. It's great. Awesome game. If it flows to the center, I mean, we're sort of describing different things at that point, right? Maybe. I mean, we could try it. I think I'd have to change the timings of it for that to work. And this is where a shader would be good because you would then be able to very easily keep the beats but swap the effect. You could modify the effect without having to redraw it. I think the pulsing is fine. I don't think it's a problem. Uh-oh. Did I just do something bad? Unity, hello? Hello? Okay, it's not responding. No tears now, only dreams. Was it using up 27 gigs? I didn't notice. It might have just been 2 gigs. 2800. Unless I'm confused. Megs. Yeah. Yeah, just a cool 27,000 megabytes. Okay. So back to Retrobox. What was I doing? 32 by 32, right? 32 by 32 with a pivot at 0.5, 0.5. And this is, get rid of that. This is icon, quest, icon. Just chuck it in. Boom. Okay, and now we can go bling. Just like that. All right. So flag icon now is quest icon. With a retro animator on it, pointed to this sprite sheet, and quest pulse. Frame rate of 20, looping. is playing. Go. Oh man, did I lose a bunch of stuff? Say goodbye, meet Wilhelm. Oh, don't tell me that didn't save. Wait, there's no way that couldn't have saved. Intro trigger, meeting, meet Wilhelm. So why didn't that work? Hang on. Why you know? Ba-da-da-da. Drawing flag. Oh, there it is. Okay, but it's not animating. Quest icon. You are a cinema. Where are you, bro? Oh, it's not using unscaled time. Apply. It was actually 27 gigs. It might have been just because it was allocating memory. Hey, look at that. Now, do you know where to go? Sick. So what I should do is when you have the quest go bam, 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 in this moment here, I should show right here, I should show that little icon going ping. Yeah, it would be good to open the map as well if that gets updated. Yeah, I actually agree with you on that. I was thinking about it myself. This is all actually the point of this today. It does relate back to the chapter 1 edits that we're doing. What I'm going to do is have it be so that when you get, because what I'm doing right now is I've decided I'm going to split up the ensign ability unlocks. So it used to be that you unlock all 3 in this section here. Now you unlock 1. So you slam down on the hammer, you get teleported to here, and then you have to do the challenge, and then you unlock the ensign. Then you finish the little unlock sequence. It goes to the map, and it places 2 beacons for the next 2. It places one here, bing, 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 and then places another one somewhere here. I haven't got the map yet, but places another one around here. And then anytime you're looking at the map, you can see those 2 things. Do I have sound effects? I do actually. I have music and sound effects. Okay, so the point is to be able to, guide the player around the map in ways that I wouldn't otherwise be able to if I didn't have a map. Guide the player through the world in ways that I wouldn't be able to if I didn't have a map. And it's one of those things where like we've been talking about pacing for weeks. And I've been really personally very anxious about backtracking in the game because I knew that I wanted backtracking, but I didn't have like a great way to encourage the player. Like the thought of going back somewhere previously felt very anxiety inducing, even for me, having made the game. And having visibility over the map and a marker on the left saying, go visit me. Suddenly, my whole understanding of like where forward is totally different. Like if the game says, go over here, bing, bing, bing. Now it's like, oh, that's where I have to go next. Whereas before it was like, well, I've been left and I'm getting more story, so I guess I have to go right. So it's really interesting how, and I've been agonizing over this for a while now, because this is the thing. I feel like I could probably make a video about this soon. It's seriously complicated stuff. If you were writing a book and the book doesn't have good pacing, then you would say, let's look at the storyboard of the book. Let's look at the chapter synopses and see what's happening. Because the book is linear and it only has one kind of story. It's storytelling in words on the page. If a movie had pacing issues, you would say, well, let's look at the scenes. Let's look at the storyboard. Let's break it down. Let's see what's happening. Maybe there's information that should be conveyed to the viewer a little earlier, that kind of thing. There's so many things that you could do. Well, there's only so many things that could be wrong with the pacing of a movie. But with a game, especially like an action adventure game, where the values that drive the gameplay are like a story that's sort of like a movie, the combat and main progression systems, so unlocking new abilities, that kind of thing, and then the exploration side of it, of side quests, potential like gear that you can unlock, anything that's off the beaten path. Those are three separate motivations that can drive your sense of pacing. Just anytime you're playing the game, it's like, am I doing exploration stuff? Am I doing main quest stuff? Am I doing combat progression stuff? And so for me, when I'm trying to fix something, I have to ask that question over I have to ask it three different ways. It's like, is this slow because the story's bad? Is this slow because there should be more combat here? Is this slow because the player, because the exploration's weak? Or a better way to put it would be, is this slow because the player doesn't value exploration here when I want them to be doing exploration? Is it slow because the player doesn't value the story when I want them to be excited about the story? That's actually the hard part. It's signaling to the player when they should be engaging the different modes. And I've only this is the first time in 8 years I've been able to appreciate that. And even then, with all of the systems that I've built, it's still really, really anxiety inducing to consider adding a new feature to assist an aspect of pacing for one of the pillars. It's like, do I need a new enemy type because there's not enough combat variety? Or do I need a map? It's like, those are so different, but it actually makes a huge difference in the game. Like having the map really changes how I feel about the content distribution and how much content there is. Without the map, I felt like we were pushing way too much story. And I was like, oh, maybe I need to pull the story out to make it more bare bones just for the sake of not dragging the experience down. Now it's like, oh, I could have way more story in here because it's not quite so, and it's not so like, you're not just being left to your own devices pacing wise. The game's nudging you towards stuff, and that feels different than if it just goes, well, go on, because you're sort of waiting to be told what to do. I think a checkpoint teleporting system would be nice. Who says that we're not doing teleports? We are using teleports. That's exactly what we're doing. Someone else says, don't you think it makes it easier for the player to navigate, unlike other Metroidvanias? I don't know what you mean. Did I read that right? Don't you think it makes easier for player to navigate, unlike other Metroidvanias? I don't know what that means. So yeah, what I'm saying is like finding how to frame the vertical slice is just as important, probably more important than the content in the vertical slice. Scary. And you know, like a lot of this, I think if I was just making like Undertale, you would just be like, well, let's make the characters funny and the music good. And every scene, let's just make sure that's the case, right? You could freewheel it because it's like, well, it just needs to be fun. I just need to like the people in it and find them funny. And the story needs to be, pulling me along. But I'm not expecting to have to backtrack. I'm not expecting to have to manage stats or gear so you're never like going, I'm kind of getting bored of this part, or I wonder if I'm supposed to be doing this, because it's obvious what you're supposed to be doing. But for this, it's really hard. It's been really hard to discover why players don't know what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, when we talk about hindsight, I obviously that's it. Everything is easier, sure, but I've made games that had fewer elements and were easier to make. Like Arrowbound is easy to make relative to this, because it's just a bunch of levels in a linear sequence. Play the levels, go to the next one. But is it an RPG? That's the thing. And pacing and originality are different things as well. Like having an original mechanic doesn't mean that affects how the player defines their own sense of motivation. Like, this is, when I say pacing, I really just mean being able to anticipate what you're supposed to do next. That's really all I mean. I don't mean it affects. There's a difference. I don't just mean like whether the story is moving. I don't mean the character, how the story is moving. I just mean whether the player is in step with the story, or the experience, to be more specific. Whether the player is in step with the experience. That's all I mean. So the drag of falling out of sync is not as complicated in games that have a more straightforward game loop. Because yeah, that's all right. Yeah, I mean, I'm using that word ambiguously here, I suppose. Like when I'm playing Balatro, I never wonder what I should be doing. I just do it. But in Insignia, players really do. I think we really had an issue in the middle where players sort of didn't really know what they were waiting for. That was the thing. It's like, okay, I'm going to this Athenium thing, but now I'm learning about playing the cello, and now I'm learning about these feathers, and now I'm learning about these 3 new abilities. is this something that I'm supposed to care about? Should I care about this? Is this the game? Or am I just learning something? Is this optional to care about? That's my fault, but it's also very hard. It's hard to have these systems, to have the depth, but to not know before you've built the whole experience what's missing from it. I'm going to move the cello mini games forward into back into chapter 2. I'm keeping the feathers in chapter 1, but yeah, there's no but. I'm keeping the feathers in chapter 1. Compartmentalizing the map is important too, because it means we can rearrange things. I've got the feather scene in its own little beat here, so I can put it here, or I can put it over here, or I can just place it where I want it to go based on playtesting feedback. And that's all I'm really worried about at the moment. I mean, they're not mandatory in the story. You don't have to do them ever, but you have to meet the character who the system's about. You have to meet Pilo, but after that, you don't have to do anything. It was always optional in that sense. You never had to do anything with him. It's just that I don't know how to put it. I struggled to set the game up in a way that I struggled to set the game up in a way where the player had the mental anticipation and energy and excitement when being encountered when coming across new mechanics. I just didn't have a way of making you... I still struggle with it, with showing you or hinting that you need something before you need it. The problem is that you actually need all three things to push each other. Like, you need a plot reason to introduce a mechanic. And then you need a mechanical reason to introduce exploration. You sort of need the things to cycle, or back the other way around. But it can't, it's sort of, if they don't, the thing that's weird is if they don't, well, it's, how do I put it? When we talk about like need, okay, the player asks, why do I need this? Is this important? This need means you have some expectation. There's a thing, a hole that needs to be filled by a peg, right? It's like, I have this diamond-shaped hole and I need, this is the diamond-shaped peg that goes in the diamond-shaped hole. Need comes from having an existing thing established. So what I'm saying is, like, the arrow is the thing going into the other thing. Like, if I just give you a mechanic and the mechanic isn't needed for the story or the exploration, if it's just a mechanic for its own sake, when I'm teaching you that mechanic, I have to then just rely on you being interested by it. Like, it just has to be novel, or it doesn't, you can't like get excited about it, because if it doesn't have any relationship to the rest of the thing, why is it there? That's what I mean. I don't necessarily mean that they have to be one directional. I just mean there has to be some dependency of the experience. Yeah, like Gwent. Like, why is Gwent, is it important when you're going through the tutorial for Gwent Is it just like an additional thing? Because this is the thing, if I'm going to take you through 10 minutes of tutorials to teach you 3 different abilities, and you don't know what the value of them is, you're going to feel like a lot of drag through that process. It's like the whole time you're going to be going, why am I doing this? What's this for? What's the purpose of this? Or like the cello stuff. The cello stuff, it's like there's these tuning forks. And then it's like when someone's telling a story and you don't know where it's going. You know, the story could be really interesting, but if you thought the story was going somewhere else, you're kind of locked into waiting for the story to get back to where it was supposed to go. So like if there was, you know, anticipation and payoff we've talked about it endlessly on the stream. All I'm saying is it was really hard to know, and I didn't know before I made this map, that the map could be used to ease tension. Like the map is an exploration. In my mind, the map is an exploration feature. But the exploration feature, if you add a little signposts, the pulse, now that drives plot. Like seeing the map tell you where to go makes you anticipate plot. But the map itself is not a plot device. The map is just the space that you're exploring. So if the plot felt like it was slow, how was I supposed to know that adding a map fixes that? That's complicated. That's what I'm saying is complicated. It's like you push this button here and then that thing over there goes. Like, how are you supposed to solve that sitting down? Okay, so what's the next thing that we're doing? We wanted to add it to the new quest thing. Yeah, it's very obvious. I think once you are in that RPG genre and you're looking at the tropes that RPGs have mechanically, I think it becomes more obvious. But and this is the real issue, because I didn't build Insignia, even up until today, I've never said Insignia is a copy of this genre. I've never done that. I always just went, it's an action adventure. But action adventure is very broad. And within action adventure, it's like, there's the Metroidvania thing. There's the puzzle platforming thing. There's the RPG thing. Here it is. Let me break it down for you. Whoa. Sorry about that. What this really comes down to is this. Where in this does Insignia solve its problems? That's the thing that I'm talking about. If you're here, somewhere here, and you're like, there's a pacing issue, it's like, from which axis do you pull your solutions? That's the complicated thing, because Omori is so different from Animal Well, and Shantae is so different from Coffee Talk. If you're making Celeste, you don't really worry about how Fez solves problems, because you have a constraint that says we don't need the map in order to push the player forward. The player just knows where forward is because the maps are pretty much linear. There are some parts where it's non-linear, but that's not a staple of the game, wayfinding. But in Insignia, it's like, well, I want there to be backtracking. I want there to be main and side quests. So how do I encourage you? How do I know when to encourage you to do what and with which kinds of, mechanics or whatever? It's just a thing. It's a problem that I created. But it's the kind of problem that, like, maybe, like Nintendo has when they're thinking of what they want to do with the next Zelda. Yeah. And I still regularly, even the other day when we were talking about Nevermore, for me, this was actually a really important reference for me when I started the game. So when we were talking about environment design and more vistas and visual storytelling, that is really important to me. So it's like, we talk about this double diamond, or just we could call it a single diamond. When you start a project, there's a lot of, we could add, wouldn't it be fun if, why don't we, for a lot of it. And then there's a point where you have to say, okay, this is not important. This is important. This is not, and the thing gets smaller and smaller and smaller again until you end up with your exact product. So this is like radius over time. The scope gets bigger and then the scope gets smaller. What I'm struggling with is, okay, we've got a bunch of stuff and we sort of know what we want. Is it this? Is it this? Or is it this? Which circle are we shrinking down towards? Are we shrinking down towards an atmospheric exploration Metroidvania game? Are we shrinking down towards a cinematic Avatar: The Last Airbender as a video game? Are we shrinking down towards a side-scrolling action puzzle platformer? Or are we striking some kind of unexplored point right in the middle that just nails all of that stuff somehow? That's what I've been struggling with the last 3 months. And it's not, like I said, it's not the kind of problem that you have to encounter as a dev. It's really just something that because I'm so passionate about game development in all of its, I love the nitty-gritty side of it. I like all of this academic kind of like playing with genre values and seeing what sticks, and that's important to me. So, but you don't have to. If you're just running a business, there's no reason why you would have to apply that kind of experimentation to the process. because it just adds weight to not know where you're headed. You have to pack a lot more stuff to not know where the destination, if you don't know where the destination is. I think that's true, Five Nax. It's less about the player's experience. Well, the player experience is the reflection of the development experience. Like, how long did it take for Breath of the Wild to come out? That's indicative of how much of a challenge it was to make it, in my eyes. Because I see Nintendo as taking that time. They sit there and try to bake stuff until they have a nice cake, you know? It's not always obvious where they're going to end up. And then they find the product in the process. Not perfectly. Sometimes they reuse stuff, but like, I think that ethos is like, to me, that's what makes game dev special. But I don't know if I want to do that my whole career. I think this might be the last time I don't know. Maybe not the last time, but it feels like this is really, it's kind of agonizing to go through this process. It really hurts. To sort of not know where you're going and to have invested so much time into it and to feel like everything you do has to work. All right. So, okay. Nope. Because I turned this off. Okay. So bad. I should use a canvas for this. I gotta be beholden to shitty Adam from 2017's version of this. Have I shared the number of wish lists? There's about 5,000. Just under 5K. I haven't really promoted it on my YouTube channel. We're going to bump it up to about 15 by the end of the year. Don't worry about that. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's just I'm someone who's just very conservative about this kind of stuff, and I just haven't been really promoting it. I just care about doing this right. I don't care how long it takes. Opportunities keep coming for me anyway. Like, life is helping. Like, the longer I take to release this game, the better it'll be when it comes out. Just purely because more people know about me, more people can find out about the project. It takes more time to get better. It's true. It's the truth. It will sell better the bigger my channel is. So I should just make sure it's good. Yeah, the thing is, I don't have a lot of wish list velocity right now. There's not a lot of wish lists coming in regularly because I don't promote the game at all. It's essentially been at about 5K for a couple months, I think. I don't need to do this. I have a better way. Just take that and drag it in. Beautiful. Okay, so it's Quest UI. In here, it's text pulse, Quest pulse. Pulse one shot goes here. And actually, I don't need to hide it because it'll hide on its own. I think we're getting, like, I wouldn't be pushing this hard if I didn't think that there was something really special here. I just get impatient and frustrated about how long it's taking me. But that doesn't mean, like, it's... The good parts of Insignia are really, really getting quite close to being exactly where they need to be. I'm pretty happy with it. Okay, so, pardon me. So I need this to happen now. What is going on here? I don't know what that is. Animated up my sheet of properties list. There ain't no properties. So the problem is that I need a moment where it goes. There is a way to do that. We could put it here. Yeah. I know I'm starting to learn who my audience is. It's very broad who I could target. And I need to be very conscious that the kinds of people who could like this game, the range of skill, the range of interest, like there's... Please? Nice. Kind of worked. I don't know why that's doing that though. What did I do for that? Ah. Literally sprite. Okay. Yeah, like this, the kind of gamer that I am and the kind of people who would play this game, it's not one-to-one. Yeah, that's not bad, but I think I might just do banner, outro. I feel like Swizz is pretty close to being the target. Oh, there, hide text. There you go. It's actually right there. So this is... Wait, hide text is being passed in through this as an event? And also there's a hide text? It's not that. It's like this. My tastes are really broad. Probably more than like most players, actually. I think I'm a gamer and I've been playing games my whole life and I love games. So for me, the tastes are super broad. Insignia is like this. Action adventure. And within this, there are some like hardcore platformers that like they're action adventure, or like they're like overlap. And there'll be people who play Insignia who love Meat Boy and Celeste and whatever else, and they might get something out of Insignia. But like, I need to be frank that it's really not for them. Like, the people who most overlap with this circle are not speedrunners who like Celeste. There might be a subset of people who love core platformers who also love action adventure and will choose to speedrun it. Like people who speedrun the Elden Ring games or whatever, FromSoft games. Like, they might like it, but that's not like who it's for. There's probably another section of people who just like story games. And there might be more overlap with that crowd than with the core platform crowd. Like, I think there's something like, if you like I think story games tend to trend. It tends to be, the people who like those games tend to be players who aren't super confident with action mechanics or not that interested in action mechanics. But they will kind of suffer through action mechanics to experience the story and be in the world. So maybe suffer's not the right word, but they might struggle through it even if they're not great at it. That is, the game needs to be accessible to those players more so than the people who like platformers and don't like story. I can't change their minds. I can't. If you hate reading, I can't help you. So for me, I think that the game should trend towards more accessible, for example. And when I say that, that's not something that I need. I don't need the game to be accessible. I can play any game you throw at me, no problem. It's like, I love it. But that's not, I don't need the game to only cater to me. That's what I mean. Because if the game only catered to me, it would be way harder. It would be much harder. I would make the enemies brutal, which they were, like how many years ago? But there's also another layer here, because I'm not just making the game for me as a gamer. I'm making the game for me as a person who likes reading fantasy, you know? So, it didn't work. Like, it's not just my ideal set of mechanics. I'm not just a gamer. I like other media as well. Like my, oh my God, come on. I said, there we go. Like, my sensibilities as someone who likes to experience media are not the same as like what I can play as a gamer. Box manager. It's not box manager. No, it's none of these. What the heck am I looking for here? It's like property. What is this thing called? It's not hit confirm. I think it's frame tags event. Frame. Something like that. Apply frame properties event. Frame. It's one of these two, and I can't remember which one it is. It's a tag. It's a tag. And the tag is called Pulse. Let's see if I can get that going. Yeah. There's also like, I'm not making the game for me today either. I'm making the game for me as a kid, in a way. Like what game would like 12-year-old Adam really enjoy? Because the game's story, it's not really a story that like I need to be told. I'm writing it. You know what I mean? So it's like, who do I want to enjoy this story? And what kind of gamer is that? Who's the kind of person who I think would be most affected by this story? And it's really like young, like it's like someone who's like 14, Now, that doesn't mean that I like kids movies and kids TV shows and like young adult fantasy, and I like that stuff just as a personal preference. As like an aesthetic thing, but I'm not, and so to an extent there's also like the audience of like millennials who grew up on this kind of stuff and feel nostalgic about it. Oh, that was perfect. Did you see that? When a 14-year-old just play Fortnite and COD? Not all of them. And I'm not saying all 14-year-olds either. Nah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, like, target audience is kind of a dumb concept. Like, lots of people like lots of things, and the same thing can appeal to lots of different people for different reasons. So like, yeah, of course, like people who grew up playing Game Boy Advance games will like this because it reminds them of, whatever, the games they played growing up. And that was me. I'm that guy. But there's also people who have never played those games and will still enjoy this, even without the nostalgia, because it still appeals to those sensibilities. Like, Game Boy Advance games were for 12-year-olds. So like, there's no reason why it shouldn't appeal to them. And if I'm trying to appeal to the nostalgia, then I should be appealing to them anyway, because the people who played those games were 12 when they played it. Do you know what I mean? Like, why would I make a Game Boy Advance game feel like something that you could only appreciate if you are 37? There's no nostalgia for that. So I can just commit that and move on. Actually, this only needs to happen if... do I know what the quest is? Is there a thing called the quest? Oh, I have to, right? Because the title... Oh, you're kidding me. I set the title, but I don't store the quest. No, that's crazy. There's a queue of quests. Pending quest queue dot. Okay. Quest banner open. There it is. Okay. So now it's basically here. Boolean. This is should show is main quest. Okay. There we go. You had some quests be very ephemeral, so they don't show up certain UI stuff. I don't understand that comment. Could you rephrase? That should stick around a bit longer. Now the connection's good between seeing that icon there and seeing the icon when you got the quest. I think that's really good. Now I just need it here as well. Blinking right there. Cool. Well, that's really good progress today. What you're describing, there's something, this is a thing about exceptions and rules. So in a game called Tombi, every single thing is a quest. Every single thing. The quests are the game. So when you're playing it, you literally can't like walk 5 minutes without getting a new quest. You can't walk 3 screens without getting a new quest because everything is quests. That's a quest. Hey, you got a quest. Look. That actually was sort of a quest start. If you... Hang on, this person's about to do this little tutorial. Talk to the monkey. Okay, they're gonna miss. It's a new quest. 2 quests on the first screen of the game. So the game just does that. And as a data structure, it makes sense because it's like, well, everything is the data. Everything is the same. Oh, look, it's another quest. In that model, everything's pretty straightforward. For me, quest, I use the word, well, the difference is Tombi doesn't say the word quest. It never says quest. It just says a thing. And the reason why I'm a bit self-conscious about it is that players who playtested the game they've expressed concerns like, do I get a reward for this quest? What do I get for doing quests? This game has like a points system. It's not very valuable. It's more just that like the game's kind of got Vania aspects to it. So like you really just can't do certain things unless you've done the quests. But Insignia doesn't really gate you quite so hard around the quests. They're more like story. So it's really just like, should I enforce rewards for quests? If there's no reward, should I go through the effort of making something a quest? There's just an intersection of like factors that right now I'm quite liberal about calling them quests, because I just make everything, if there's a series of quest flags that do something that are dependent on each other, that's a quest. But the player might not see it that way. I haven't answered that question yet. It's just an ongoing thing. All right. So did I do all the thing that I said today? Assign arbitrary data to the map, icons relating to specific quests. Yes. 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 Done. Hooray. Wait for NPCs to mark the map. That's an interesting one. Yes, that's what this is. An NPC can mark the map. The only thing is, what it would be is the player would have to filter the map by a specific quest. I'm only showing main quests right now, but there's no reason I couldn't show any quest. I just need to have a filter quest, and then I can show whatever marker there is. I can even do the Pepe Sylvia thing. We could draw a line from point to point about where you have to go. We're actually at that point, Elzak. We can do the Pepe Sylvia quest heroes path. Wow. That's actually crazy. I didn't even think about that. Scene graphs, so good. The stuff we've been able to do with it. Like, you know how we were talking about like, oh, way down the track, we should have like support for items and stuff. We have that now. Like I can do that easily. I can show chests. I can show specific NPCs as of today. Check this out. If I make this quest a main quest, and then go talk to this guy. I might be standing in front of him. Actually, oh, maybe it didn't count as a main quest until I hit save. And I can't save it. Okay, well. Oh, this might not work. Because that's not a sheet. I just broke it, like just now. The camera matrix? You mean this, the bounding box? I'm using the stored one, yeah. The problem is when I go to world graph and I instantiate this, I need to if the custom icon is not null, yeah, this could be a sprite sheet. Quest giver icon else. No, it's more like I hate having to do this. But I think that's what I have to do. Bro, where you at? What the heck? Where are we? Why are we not drawing this? It is an active quest, right? And it is a main quest. So what's the problem? Meet Hugh, Honeycomb, 1, 2, 3. To be a man, we've started it. What's the problem? It's not even considered. Oh, no, it is. Oh, shit. Okay. Maybe Honeycomb 1 just isn't. Really? I would have thought it. There isn't anywhere that it gets set. Oh, I'm so stupid. Because now you don't need to do that. Oh, okay. Right. In that case, these just get to go away. I guess I just delete them. Oh, well, that's good. It's important that we could check that. Okay, so. Look at that. But that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant to do. I want this. It's the quest giver icon that I want. How do I fix this? Icon renderer.sprite equals quest giver.icon. That's perfect. This is null. Okay, let's try one more time. Yes, using this. Drawing flag. Okay. Maybe we just say, instead of enabled, we just say if q.main quest Oh, I used icon renderer. Instead of no, hang on. What the heck? That is the same thing. Okay. So, if we are a main quest, then we can say retroanimator.play retroanimator.sheet. Otherwise, stop. Now. Still no good. Did I get something wrong here? Sneezing. Where are you? That's the quest icon. That's the animator. That's another one. So, why are you not doing what I want you to do? Flag icon dot get component retro animator. In fact, I don't need to do this. Bro. How is this not working? I tell it to stop animating. Crazy. Unless I just need to recompile. Hey, part-time puzzle. I know you said that message ages and ages and ages and ages and ages ago, but thank you. Okay. Still pulsing. Why? Oh, I know. No. I'm confused. Does it not? Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm just silly. The logic is bad, but it'll work now. Well, the logic is good, the code is bad. Hey, Castatares, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, there you go. See? See, I can do it. Now I can have like any icon like showing here. Remember how I drew that the other month? Like last month? Hey, Neil Future. Welcome. What color clinker? Pink would be the closest. Green, pink, or yellow. I'm going to go, I'll take red as pink, okay? It was yellow. Sorry about that. It happens. It happens. All right. So to be a man no longer has main quest status. And then ding dong updates. Hey. All right. So the next thing we want to do is do we just flex and just show like all the chests in the game? I can do that. How did that just do that? Oh, that's a good icon. Right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. I kind of still like when it's shorter. Yeah. And then maybe just like this. Yeah, that's better. Chest icon. Ooh. So we are going to pop that. Oh, actually, I don't think I'm storing the chests. Ah, that's not good. I'm not storing them in scene graph right now. Well, in the causality system. I should. Hey, Vahalkor. It's not hard to do it. Okay. So this is scene instance collection. I have item instances. But that includes pots. I don't have a MetaRef dictionary for chests. I wonder how important that is. The problem is I don't have a straightforward way of, I mean, I have an easy way of doing it. Let's just do it. What am I worried about? It's literally nothing. All right. Sorry, pals. The do not do this. Do not pick the biggest possible game you could think of making. What kind of game is it? I'll give you a tip based on that. I want to do a game on the go game. I don't know what that means. Do you mean like a mobile game? Game on the go game? Like in Hikaru no Go manga? I don't know. That's a lot of words. It's a board game? Oh, it's Go. Oh, okay. So you want to do a board game that's similar to Go, but as a video game. Okay. Well, that's actually not a bad idea, I think. The logic will be complicated. Like getting the rules in the game might be complicated if you're not used to programming. But if you do know how to code confidently, then, man, this is an easy one. This is a slam dunk first game dev project because there's no action elements, there's no dialogue. You're just encoding the rules of the game into a thing, and it's just circles and black and white circles. So easy to make the game board, easy to do the turns, easy to do the rules. I think the don't do this would be don't make it pretty until you have the game working. Don't try to do anything cute with it. Oh, who said it had to be single player? AI? Go is a 2-player game, right? You just have player 1 take their turn, have player 2 take their turn. Yeah. Yeah, it's literally a virtual board game. So it's, oh man, it's actually really, why make it work before you make it pretty? Because making it pretty will put you down a path, even with a simple game like this. It's kind of general advice for any game, but even with a simple game, if you're worrying about how to make things pretty first, then you'll make development decisions that are dependent on the way that you've done things. So let's just say, for example, here's a really good one. I'll give you the perfect example. The tokens in Go have positions that they sit at. Yeah. And if you were just coding the rules of Go, you wouldn't describe these in any other way than as indices. Like you would say, this is at grid index, 1, 1. Right? That's how you would describe the position. And validating this position, if you were saying, okay, this is a black tile or this is a white tile, and I've got another white tile I'm about to place here, that logic of what happens to this tile based on what's happening to these tiles is very easy to do if you're just looking at, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, that kind of thing. That's really straightforward. But if, let's just say I started the game and I was like, do you know what? I want there to be really cool animations. And I want this thing to be able to animate from A to B over like an ease in out curve, right? It goes like, shoo, right? If I wanted to do that, I might think, oh, these should be floating point numbers, right? This should be like 1F. And I'll just have like an X and Y position as a vector that, rather than it being I should say, if I store these in an array and the array is a vector2 int, for example, vector2 int, this would be pretty easy to traverse compared, or even whatever, not an array, but you know what I mean, a 2-dim array. If it was a 2-dim array, this is easy to traverse, easy to process the rules over that. But if it's an array of like a list of token, and each token's position is just like where it happens to be in space, then, for the purpose of like getting the animation right, you'll be able to animate them to be really, really pretty without needing to implement this array, right? You can make things move arbitrarily from A to B, and you might get really invested in that implementation of like, oh, I can make anything move anywhere. My animation system, my tweening engine's really good. Then you might come to this point where you're starting to do the rules and you go, hang on a second, how do I know whether this thing is between this and this? How do I know that? Well, if you were just focusing on animating it first, you might not even have bothered to think about the data structure that this stuff needs to be framed within. So your animation system might complicate the process of just doing the rules, right? So this is a contrived example. It's probably not the end of the world, but in bigger games, it really might be. Not the end of the world, but it really might be more costly. So for me, for example, here's a perfect example, right? This animation, right? I put all of the effort into this animation. I did the pants, I did the little belt buckle, I did the buttons, okay? And this animation was finished. Then I changed the animation. What happens to this work? Maybe I need him to sprint and not run. Maybe he needs a walk animation and not a jog. Well, I did the animation first because I was an animator and I wanted to animate stuff. But if that's not what I need right now, well, why would I bother animating it? If I really just want to test the platforming mechanics, you can do that in a gray box. Now, or something like this. I have a version that's really, really good. It should be nope. Okay, I'm gonna just keep going till I find it. Is it charge? Sword run, is it this one? Nope. I think it's this one. Nope. Nope. Is it dash? It might be dash. Yeah. So like this is a way better use of my time, right? If I want to prototype a run animation for the purpose of just like seeing if it works in the game, this takes like 10 minutes tops to animate. It's got the beats, it's got the rhythms. If I just want to care about like how it should feel in the game, you can get the feeling without putting all the buttons and, you know, the bells and whistles in there. You don't have to go to this length to just see if it works. And in fact, knowing what this needs to be is easier if you have this first. So as a general principle, understanding that like some things are dependent on other things, like they're constrained by the way that this other thing is. Just knowing that that's the case, you should be open to the idea that like looking for the stuff that's more foundational and doing that first will save you energy. That's just how it ends up being with everything, with code, with everything. If you try to solve the bells and whistles before you know, like if you try to interior design a house before you know how big the house is, you're going to end up designing something that's not going to fit the house. Now, it's hard to do that, especially if you're a creatively minded person, because sometimes the motivation to even work on the project at all comes from doing this stuff. It comes from doing the backgrounds and the trees and the world building stuff is the stuff that sort of propels that forward. But if you want to get into game dev, like you really have to be prepared to shift gears and think with different mindsets, because otherwise you will spend a lot of time redoing stuff. That's all. And that's not necessarily the worst thing. If you've got lots of time and you're just learning, that's fine. It's just, you gotta be careful. You know, if you're me and you're spending 8 years on a project, you know, a year of waste is not good. Hey, Exter, I'm pretty much done for the day, so I can just chat. So, hey, a game jam is a small, if you've heard of a hackathon, that's another kind of thing that's similar. A game jam is a short period of time where it's a competition and a lot of game developers come together and they make a game following a theme that's all a shared theme among a bunch of different, like, it's a competition, a theme will be announced. You have so many hours or so many days or so many weeks to make a game that meets that theme. And then you judge based on, you know, the different entrants or the different people who submitted games, or sometimes the general public will be able to vote on which ones they like the most. And it's just an incentive to experiment with game development and test yourself. It's a really good way to do like a bit of a palate cleanse as well, and to make something that's finished that you can add to your portfolio. Usually it forces you to make something that's very, very small, but that's part of the fun. I mean, you can learn or you can compete. I actually really encourage you to pick one. Either you're there to learn or you're there to compete. And I think competing it's a great motivator because it tests a different kind of thing. So for me, when I'm trying to compete, I'm trying to test my discipline. That's what I'm trying to do. It's like, am I able to design, direct, produce, polish, test, finish a project in this amount of time, given the constraints? If you flex those muscles, you might end up with something better than someone who's, not as disciplined in that way. But when I was starting out, I was just figuring out how to use an engine. It's like, how do I use Unity? I'll just spend this weekend trying to build something in it. And typically being project motivated that way will guide you more directly. At least for me, it's like, it's easier to learn how to do something if I have a reason why I need something. So it's like, how do I get images on the screen? Oh, sprite renderer? What's a sprite renderer? Okay, how do I make a sprite renderer animate? Oh, I need an additional component, or I use this Unity thing. Oh, how do I use the Unity animator? You end up going down the road that way because you have a limited amount of time and a thing that you need to get done. But if you're just like, I want to learn Unity, well, now you've got to go through all the documentation one line at a time and just like learn it. So good to have a project. Game jams are a good way to encourage you to pick a project. They're also, occasionally, and I wouldn't bet on this, but it happens. It happened to me at least once in the last 10 years. Occasionally you'll stumble on an idea that's valuable and is worthy of working on after the jam. So I made a mobile game that was based on a game jam entry that I did, and I'm quite proud of it. I was really happy with the concept and I liked how it came out. It was really good fun, good palate cleanser, and a good portfolio piece. Can't we be afraid of someone stealing your ideas? This is a very beginner way of thinking. It's not impossible for it to be a concern. If you have an idea that's so original and so special and has this never been done before, and your whole value of your game comes down to the idea, then yeah, having it be stolen is a big deal. Like 2048 and Threes back in 2012, those two games, one kind of like stole the other. Or like, there are certain games where it happens, mobile games. But generally speaking, you don't have original ideas. It just doesn't happen. Like, and even if you do, you making the thing, the execution is actually the thing that makes it valuable. It's like exploring the idea until it's finished and having a finished thing. That's whether it's a good idea worth stealing is whether or not you can execute on it. So if someone just says, I've thought of a game where you have a magnet on your arm and you can collect things by running around and picking them up, and then you can shoot them out at other things. It's like, it's a neat idea, but like, it's not an idea worth stealing. You know? It's just an idea. Like, it could be boring, it could be fun, it could be, you could have two different games with that exact same concept, and one is boring and one's fun. So really the value of a game is in how it's made. It's not really the core idea, unless we're talking about like very specifically puzzle or card games can be a bit like this. So like, I talk about Balatro a lot. If you somehow knew that Balatro was in development and understood what would make it good, like if you're like a company in China who just makes clones of games, and halfway through Balatro's development, you learned that it was coming out, you played an early prototype, and you thought, we're going to beat this to the punch. In 3 months, we're going to make this, rather than this developer's got another 6 to go. Yeah, it happens. Game ideas do get like poached that way. And they might be undercut on the App Store, so it's cheaper or easier to, play this game rather than the original. That happens, but it's like, it's not something that you can really defend against or factor in. And it's so unlikely that it'll happen to you, especially as an early developer, as a junior. It's so unlikely that I just wouldn't worry too much about it. The same goes for like trademarks. Like the name of your game might be important, maybe, but it's probably not worth spending thousands of dollars trying to secure the rights to it if it's your first game. Like maybe once you've got, I think like you should start thinking like a business when you're making money, or when you know you're about to be making money. Like if money's involved, and that's, I guess the other thing is that as a junior, you wouldn't know. You don't know if what you're making is going to be good or not. Unfortunately, like it's just not obvious. My publisher asked if I would like to sell a project to him. I wanted a low amount of money for the prototype, 500 euros, and he said no, and then remade the game in 7 months. Damn, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say that it's not worth worrying about. I just don't know if you can do anything about it. In that, it's not like I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying like, if you can't stop it from happening, wasting energy on it is something that's hard to do. And I think, I try really hard not to speak for other developers because I know that different genres are different. I was talking about Undertale earlier. Like, I don't know how to make Undertale. I don't know what was hard about that. I'd have to do it myself to know. But, and so for me, there is a degree to which like the things that I have to worry about are very different because of the kind of game that I'm making. Like, it would be so impractical to try to steal Insignia. It would be so dumb because there's nothing that original about it. There's nothing that it's doing that you know is going to be successful. So it's just like, sure, if the game ends up being good, you might see other games copy ideas from it. But like until that time, nobody would even bother. I wouldn't even like, I would advise against copying me until the game's successful. So it really comes down to like where the game's value is. My game is very execution centric. It's really super dependent on it being actually a good game. And the rules don't make it fun. Like, it's not the game is fun because of any of the ideas in it. Does the game have to have specific gameplay to be considered original? I don't know if it matters. I don't know if the word original means anything. I don't know. Like, what is it? Who cares? Like what I think originality really just means that there's something that's foundational to the experience that isn't common. That's what I would say is original. So like Donkey Kong Bonanza is relatively original. Destruction exists. There's nothing that is truly original, but relatively speaking, for a platformer, destruction is not that common. So it's original in that sense. But the key word there is relative, because it borrows a lot from Mario Odyssey. You know, it's like that conversation about like, are games art? So really, really, I mean, now it's obvious. Everyone knows to say that, yes, of course they are. But like, there was a time when the people were like, they're not art, because there's a film critic named Roger Ebert, passed away a few years ago. He very staunchly was like, video games can't be art. And it's like, even if you just stepped away from the whole and just like looked at one specific part of the game, it's like there's art assets in it. Somebody had to be an artist to put to make the game even exist. There are artists in the job description of the team. So you need artists at least. So to say that this is art holistically versus the pieces of it, it's like, well, maybe some of the engineering isn't art, but the assets definitely are. Maybe the writing on its own, the plot, like, is the plot of The Last of Us art? It's like, yeah, I guess so. Like in the way that it would be, in a way that a movie is art. Like, sure. So like, to say like, is something original is like the same as saying is something art. It's like, well, you can pick whatever lens you want and look at it from a certain angle and ask if it is or isn't. And then you can get a different answer depending on what angle you take or how wide that lens is. Well, the art, I mean, even design, I have this thing where I think about art, design, and engineering as being on a spectrum. In my mind, this is the why and this is the how. So you have to design, like, if there's any functional aspect of a thing that's being made, that function needs to be designed and engineered. But the engineering and the design have a purpose in that context. So you kind of can't do one without the other. You can't do art. I mean, art without design is just self-expression. Because design is about catering to the needs and interests of an audience. But art typically has an audience. So like, as soon as you try to make a decision, a design decision about why something should be a certain way, well, now you're engaging the design space, and then making it happen is an engineering task. So it's kind of like, you know, that's how I see it. Like, and as an engineer, you have to design to some extent. And anything that's got like a video game, right? There can be whole, if this is your game, your tesseract of stuff that is a video game, you can have your whole job is just worrying about control inputs, right? And all you think about, your entire role inside of this cube, your little cube of work, is just thinking about what should the button inputs be. Now, if you're designing for like the reason why I have an opinion about this is because I'm a user experience designer who's become a game designer. And the difference between those two things is really interesting. It is the distinction between this and this, and it's going from one to the other. So like, as a UX designer, My job is to create convenience. That's it, for the most part, right? It's my users have needs and I need to meet those needs, and in the most invisible way possible. How do I just give them access to the things they're trying to do? Now, that's not all it has to be. You can design something for a more pensive experience. Maybe you want to make an app that's calming instead of just useful. But typically speaking, utility is your goal. And because you're not trying to create an experience that is personal, you're not choosing what that experience needs to be, then you're just designing it. You're just doing there's like a should thing that's here. This is like a could, and this is like a must. I just made that up. But it's like that. Like engineering has like there are binary questions about, does this meet a description? Is this like it's like a Boolean tolerance thing? Like, will this bridge support 100 cars? That's engineering. You have a brief, you have to meet the brief, and you're using essentially just logic. It's like, I don't know what the word is. It's like the criteria is inflexible. Design, the criteria is a little bit fluid. It's like, well, what should it be in order to achieve this specific thing? Like what would be a way to express this? It's almost, I mean, there's some engineering stuff there, but you're kind of making decisions for your user about their experience. Whereas the art is like, well, it's whatever I want it to be. Right? It's like I could make this uncomfortable, or I could make it convenient, or I could make it sad, or it's like, well, it's whatever. You can't answer that question technically. You have to just find it inside yourself. So there's almost like also this thing of like the self or like subjective versus objective. There you go. That's probably the right way to think about it. I'll keep them on there. So like, if I'm designing button inputs for a video game based on controllers, I can pick buttons that I know most people are familiar with, and I could just look at what's popular and just copy that. If I'm not engaging artistically with the buttons, then your whole job could just be about minimizing friction. And engineering the buttons is also not about expression, right? It doesn't matter. The player isn't going to know how you implemented the button inputs. But it's possible that the game designer, the game director, it's possible that they have a specific feeling in mind for how the buttons should be. Like maybe there should be a penalty for spamming the buttons. Maybe we want the game to feel slow. Or maybe the rumble should be used in this specific way to make you feel this specific thing. And those are more subjective, right? So if we talk about like, if video games are art, it's like, well, to the extent, whatever extent you choose to assign or impart some authorial intent for the purpose of making people feel a certain way, if you are assigning the thought of feel, And that feel is not a good, bad, but like a flavor thing. It's like what kind of emotions? Not like, is this better or worse, but like, is this effective at communicating the kind of thing I'm trying to say? Then yeah, that's art. That's what art is. It's about communicating feelings or expressing things that will trigger feelings. I think, anyway. Usually to say something. You want to have some effect on people. I was about to ask, do you feel that the art you create is part of yourself, like a reflection in mirror you identify as your own reflection? Insignia, for me, is it's a great question. It's art and design first. I like the engineering side, but when I look at it, there are lots of things that I choose that I'm not choosing just to share a part of myself. I don't think of it that way. There's a lot of aspects of the last like year and a half. A lot of the work has gone into thinking, what would make this more compelling to people? Not what would make me feel more self-gratified. So a lot of the polish, a lot of the mechanical implementation stuff for the quality of life features, all of that has to do with how do I make it more appealing? And that's really more about getting the friction out of the way so that I can communicate those parts of me in there. Like there's definitely a lot of, how do I put this? This is a vehicle for this. So like the engineering is the thing at the base. There's all the nitty-gritty things that you have. And the design is sort of more abstract than that. That sits sort of above the engineering. And the art is the thing at the very, very, very top. This is like the want of Maslow's hierarchy, and this is the needs. So like it needs to be functional. It needs to have a high frame rate. It needs to have the buttons remappable. It needs for the text to be legible. Because I want the game to have flow to it. Because I want for the player to be able to experience the story that I want them to feel affected by. You know, I want you to feel certain things at certain times, and I want for you to have an emotional response. But the game doesn't need, you know, to have a story. I want it to have a story. So that part of it, the vision of it, at the very, very, very beginning, before you make the game, all you have is this, usually. The thing I had in my head, that's the thing that is me. There's also though a layer of like, when we talk about like me, there's like the me who's the design academic who likes the idea of deconstructing narrative and putting it all back together so that I understand how to make it work. Like a lot of this is pretty much, it's for me. Like it's for my curiosity as a designer, how things affect other things. But the world, most of the world choices, even, like I said earlier, I'm sort of designing it for myself as a kid. So like the animal characters, like I'm not a furry. I don't care that much about fantasy worlds with animal species. I don't care. I don't care. But I recognize that from a design perspective, a world that has cutesy graphics and if I want to have fantasy races, the animals are an interesting spin on fantasy races, right? So for me, I made a conscious choice for a design purpose. Like it's sort of like, well, I noticed that there's some territory here that's not super explored, like fantasy worlds where humans and anthropomorphic animals interact with each other in a way that feels like orcs versus orcs and elves and dwarves and that kind of thing. That's not super explored. So I'll go there and I'll take that. I'm interested in it, but it's not like in my soul. You know what I mean? It's not like I need for people to it's not like, yeah, I could have written the story without that, but I thought it was interesting. I like those things too. Like, I really liked Redwall when I was growing up. The 12-year-old me who was reading Redwall, he would like that. So I've made that choice for him, but I designed that for him. The art is more, I would say, the plot is more my art. Like Armin, his character, his personality, the struggles he goes through, that's the art. Like really, obviously the art is also my art, but like having you care about Armin and having the ending of the story feel really, really good, because the story was really well told. At the end of that, I feel like if I've done it right, there will be something about me that you will understand. Yeah, to an extent. Like, there is, of course, a part of like self-expression in that. And he's not a self-insert. I didn't want the character to be me, but I wanted the character to have qualities that overlap with mine in very specific ways. Because I think those lessons, I mean, if it only could relate to me, then no one else would be able to relate to it. So like, it has to be something that other people can see themselves in as well. So some of that stuff's just human stuff, but some of it's also like, one of the themes in the game is like the value of caring. Like your personal experience, or masks. Masks is a really good one. So like, I'm the kind of person who's very nice. I'm a polite, I value being polite. But that's not always a reflection of how I feel on the inside. And in society, it's something that's, I think a lot of people experience, is this tension between how they feel, or how they give themselves permission to feel, versus how they express themselves to other people. So that's like something that I think I'd like to explore, and that I think I have a lot of emotions around, and I think other people probably might too. And so if the story is told well, maybe that will be something that makes people think about that a little bit more. So, to that extent, that's art. And that's art that's me. Or at least that I care about creating and propagating. Does the idea of the game being able to make money fall under a want? No, that's an engineering thing for me. I need the game to make money. Unfortunately, it's my career. It's where I put all my energy. So if it doesn't, I will suffer. But that's life, and I take that risk. I suppose that's a very, what's the word? You pursue vision goals. It's vocation, right? You pursue something higher than yourself to fulfill yourself, and you hope that it meets your needs. But I don't have a guarantee of that. Who are we raiding? I gotta go. Booyah. Let's go Booyah. Thanks, everyone. I think for me, like, just the last thing I'll say on this, for me, if the game has the effect on people that I want it to, it will make money. So it's not like, yes, I need it to make money, but like, it's through it being good that I expect that money is a reflection of. Like, I wouldn't expect to make money without the game being good. And if there was some way I could compromise it, I wouldn't make that compromise. I wouldn't sacrifice the game's artistic aspects in favor of money. It's just, yeah, that's how I think about it. So assuming that I never compromise the game, money is a one-to-one of like success to me. But it doesn't have to be that way for everyone. In fact, I encourage you not to put yourself in a position where that's the case. But for me, it is, because I've invested too much into it. All right, everybody, thank you so much. It was a pleasure. You should wishlist Insignia. If you prefer watching things on YouTube, I do have a new streaming channel. I'm not trying to poach you from one place to the other. It's probably not a great way to funnel you in, but you can go and check that there. Actually, that's not going to take you anywhere. That's that's the studio app. Okay, well, someone else can post it. I think VoidPlane knows where it is. All right, that's it. Thanks, everyone. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye.